Yo, it's XP. We are back with another live stream, and we are playing Skyrim. Right, so let me set everything up. I only need one thing to set up. Oh, maybe not. Nope. Right, there's one. Oh yeah. Let me check. How are we doing on... Yep, we're doing good there. Right, so... I know before... I ended up... oh, what's it called? Right, let me pop out chat. Live chat. There we go. Right, let me bring this up on my phone. And boom. Right. Let's go. But yeah, apologies for
Be careful around the burial stones.
No. Can't remember. There was just...
It's thousands of years old. Who knows what we might find?
Fish? Crow? Yeah, it must be the snake. Must be the snake that we're missing. Ouch! Okay. Change this to fish. Change this to crow. Change this one. Oh no, that was very stupid, right? It's called dolphin. So, anyway.
Is it just me, or can anyone else smell that?
Yeah. Oh.
At least give me a reason to draw my sword.
Oh.
Come on!
Oh, this takes
Do
me
you
back.
honestly think you stand a chance?
Time for a drink.
Time for a drink. I don't know what you're like.
That's enough out
That
of
was a
you.
bit of fun, but let's get back to it.
Hold on. Did you hear something? You just got the short end of the stick.
But you left me with no choice.
Alright. So... Today is the day that Alduin falls.
choice.
Wait, so I'm gonna have to go into my inventory. I think it was this one, wasn't it? On me. Wolf, moth, or butterfly, rat, wyvern. Wait, hold up. What was it?
I was always taught to avoid these types of ruins. I think I see why now.
Why? Because you suck at puzzles? Sounds like a skill issue right there. Oh, what is this gonna be?
Hold on. Did you hear
Take
something?
'em down.
Run! We're now in Sovngarde. Now, time to defeat the dragon. This guy. Look!
Turn back, traveler. Terror waits within this mist. Many have braved the shadowed veil, but vain is all courage against the peril that guards the way. Near Giant's Gap, in the gloom before dawn, we marched unsuspecting into the Imperial's trap. Then we stood and fought, our shield wall defending, until by dawn's light, the Legion's ranks wavered. But I never knew, if Night's End brought victory, a swift flying arrow to Sovngarde carried me. I do not know, but none have passed through. Alduin, his hunger insatiable, hunts the lost souls snared within this shadowed valley. Can you lead the way to where Shore's Hall waits, beckoning us on to welcome long sought? I saw it fair when first I trod this long-sought path. The pain and fear vanished, dreamlike, and a vision beckoned. Shore's Hall, shimmering across the clouded veil, but quenched was hope by the shrouding mist. My mind is darkened. I've lost the way, and wander blindly. Hurry, before Alduin your life devours. Bring word to Shore's Hall of our hard fate. I'll try to hold to your hopeful purpose. Quickly, before this encompassing fall once more snares me in the World Eater's net.
Look! I can't remember if you can save him or not. Come on. Come on! Come on! Come on!
There is no escape. Courage is useless.
Look!
When I woke from cold death, my doom was lifted. There was Shore's Hall, my heart's desire. But now I wander, weary and lost. Alduin hunts me, as we once hunted our prey. A bitter payment for many bloody deeds.
Look!
Turn back, before he finds you.
When Ulfric's savage shout sent me here, my sole regret was fair Elisif, left forlorn and weeping. I faced him fearlessly, my fate inescapable, yet my honor is unstained. Can Ulfric say the same?
Look!
Do you know the way? I'm weary and lost.
Look!
I'm afraid I think we lost him.
What brings you, Wayfarer Grim? To wander here in Sovngarde, Soul's End, Shore's gift to honor dead. A fateful errand. No few have chafed to face the worm, since first he set his soul snare here at Sovngarde's threshold. But Shore restrained our wrathful onslaught. Perhaps deep counseled, your doom he foresaw. No shade are you, as usually here passes, but living, you dare the land of the dead. By what right do you request entry? Ah, it's been too long since last I faced a doom-driven hero of the Dragonblood. Living or dead, by decree of Shore, none may pass this perilous bridge till I judge them worthy by the warrior's test. It is long since one of the living has entered here. May Shore's favor follow you and your errand.
Jesus! He took advantage of me right there, man. I had to get my sword out. I was just like, let me get my sword out real quick then. Right, so now...
Welcome, Dragonborn. Our door has stood empty since Alduin first set his soul snare here. By Shore's command, we sheathed our blades, and ventured not the Vale's dark mist. But three await your word to loose their fury upon the perilous foe. Gormlaith, the fearless, glad-hearted in battle. Hekon, the valiant, heavy-handed warrior. Feldir, the old, far-seeing and grim.
For seek ye food or song unending? Fight
Shore's
ye
power
drink,
protects this home,
fellowship and
but
close
beyond is fear, brought by Alduin.
on your soul.
Shore's high seat stands empty. His mien is too bright for mortal honors.
At long last, Alduin's doom is now ours to seal. Just speak the word, and with high hearts, we'll hasten forth to smite the worm wherever he lurks.
Hold, comrades. Let us counsel take before battle is blindly joined. Alduin's mist is more than a snare. Its shadowy gloom is his shield and cloak. But with 4 voices joined, our valor combined, we can blast the mist and bring him to battle.
Feldir speaks wisdom. The World Eater, coward, fears you, Dragonborn. We must drive away his mist, shouting together, and then unsheath our blades in desperate battle with our black-winged foe.
To battle, my friends! The field will echo with the clamor of war, our wills undaunted.
Alright. Here we go. So, I've been playing a lot of, Once Human.
The eyes of shore are upon you this day.
Sorry, I need to do this.
Defeat out. And destroy his soul snare.
Look. Wait, where is it? Look. Oh, shit. Oh, I wanted to see what the words were. Come on. All down here.
We cannot fight the foe in this mist.
Clear skies! Combine our shouts!
Look!
Who the fuck tampered with the fucking sound, man? Who the fuck tampered with the sound?
Again!
Look!
Together! Akur!
Does his strength have no end? Is our struggle in vain?
Stand fast! His strength is failing. Once more and his might will be broken.
Look!
I love you, sir. You're looking good today.
But yeah, who fucked with the sound?
No escape this time, foul worm.
That was like...
Die, dragon!
Did I catch him?
Down with you, damn worm!
We have defeated Alduin. You're mine.
Wow. I still can't imagine that we set foot in snow of Enclave.
This was a mighty
Amazing.
The doom of Alduin encompassed at last, and cleansed his Sovngarde of his evil snare. They will sing of this battle in Shore's Hall forever, but your fate lies elsewhere. When you have completed your count of days, I may welcome you again with glad friendship and bid you join the blessed feasting.
Oh, hail the Dragonborn! Hail her with great praise!
Our ancient debt for Alduin's reprieve is now repaid. The long night is ended.
When you are ready to rejoin the living, just bid me so, and I will send you back. Return now to Nirn, with this rich boon from Shore, my lord. A shout to bring a hero from Sovngarde in your hour of need.
No! Who's?
Alright, we're done. We're done with Alduin. We've now saved the land. Now.
So, it is done.
He's trying to kiss my character, look.
And has always been. His doom was written when he claimed for himself the lordship that belonged to our father Akatosh. But I cannot celebrate his He was my brother once. This world will never be the same. Perhaps. At least, it will continue to exist. And the next world will have to take care of itself. Fool me, Los. Even I cannot see past time's ending. But I forget myself. Cautious, sorrows me fuddle. Melancholy is an easy trap for a Dova to fall into. You have won a mighty victory, Sahrok Kundra. One that will echo through all the ages of this world for those who have eyes to see. Savor your triumph, Dovahkiin. This is not the last of what you will write upon the currents of time. Goran, I feel younger than I have in many an age. Many of the Dovahkiin are now surrounded. Without Alduin's lordship, brightness of my
What's the matter, friend? What would you do without me?
Fare thee well, Dovahkiin.
Alright. I want to see something. I want to see if I can find a way of saving Alduin. I'm going to save this right here. Hey, Vic, how's it going? I'm doing good, We've just beat Alduin. Whoa. glad I saved it. He literally just jumped on my head. I did not see that coming.
Kuza Wundana. As for myself, you've proven your mastery twice over. Thuri Dovahkiin, I gladly acknowledge the power of your Thum. Zu Odavin, call me when you have need, and I will come if I can.
You're back. I thought you were dead, or something happened, or I thought... What about Alduin? Is he gone? I feel so relieved. I should have never doubted you. Oh, to be proven wrong has never felt better. Welcome back, my love.
I told you
now,
I'd come back.
Don't you ever scare me like that again. I'd like to spend a little more time with the love of my life, you know. And I won't have you flying off to Sovngarde too soon. Not on my watch. Very well. I'm glad you're here.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's that. That's great to hear, pal. Well, these games really need brain. Unlike those FPS games, when they do put a hard time. But yeah, so Skyrim was done by, I think I said this before, it was done by around 100 people. The way Bethesda do their games is, from what I can tell, it's more of the story is usually modular, which is good and bad.
I'm no fan of the sun, but it would be better than this.
It's good and bad in both ways, but just depends on how you look at it. Right, I'm gonna quickly save it here.
Dremyolok, greetings. The blades are wise not to trust me. Onikan Niov. I would not trust another Dova. Dov Walan Farel. We were made to dominate. The will to power is in our blood. You feel it in yourself, do you not? I can be trusted. I know this, but they do not. Onikan Niov Dova. It is always wise to mistrust a Dova. I have overcome my nature only through meditation and long study of the way of the voice. No day goes by where I am not tempted to return to my inborn nature. Zimkrif Horvut Se Sulyech. What is better, to be born good, or to overcome your evil nature through great effort?
Any games you would suggest if I'm starting out with story-based games? I don't want to start with complicated ones. Oh, that's a difficult one.
I have taught the way of the voice for centuries, and the Thum since long before that. But no, Dovahkiin. Others do not come here to train anymore. Saran, you are the first in over 100 years. I meditate on the Rotmulag, the words of power. I counsel in their use. It is enough for me. Sum Ark.
That's a very difficult one. It depends. What kind of games are you into? I mean, for me, Skyrim isn't like story heavy. Like, you can play Skyrim without worrying too much about story or even... I mean, like, Skyrim is very basic. I wouldn't even say basic. Like, the reason why I say Skyrim is kind of modular is basically, you can still do the main story, but you don't have to do it. That's why Skyrim and Cyberpunk are one of my most favorite games of all time. Cyberpunk is a very good game as well. If you really like FPS games and you want to get into a story, Cyberpunk isn't too bad. Because, number one, I would say... You know what? I might end up doing a Cyberpunk giveaway, man. Because that's it is one of my most favorite fucking games of all time. Honestly, I will be going back to that game at some point. Because that game is... I can't even explain it. It's just so damn good. But yeah, if you've watched any of my Cyberpunk playthroughs, they should all be in a playlist anyway. So if you wanted to go, the problem with my playlist with Cyberpunk is that if you don't want to spoil the story for yourself, then obviously I would obviously say play it, but Cyberpunk is a good way of getting into story-based games, especially if you're into FPS. Skyrim is still pretty good. Fallout New Vegas is probably one of my favorite Fallout games of all time. Fallout 4 is alright. I think the only thing that makes Fallout 4 a bit maybe... I wouldn't even say better, but the only thing that I do like about Fallout 4 is the base building, which isn't too bad. But yeah, I think out of Skyrim, Cyberpunk, I think those two story games are pretty decent. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a pretty good story game, if you enjoy a bit of action as well. I'm just trying to think. But yeah, starting out, it just depends on the kind of game that you're on about. I would love to see you play Cyberpunk. It won't spoil for me, but again, hey, cheers, man. I mean, like I said, at some point, I kind of want to change my graphics card for Cyberpunk, so that's something I will end up doing. But yeah, Cyberpunk 2077, yeah, it's such a good game because I think the story is pretty good, but it's literally a roller coaster. It will play with your emotions. There is a lot of stuff going on in that game. I know there's quite a lot of people that... well, I wouldn't say quite a lot of people. A lot of people like the Cyberpunk game and the story. Some people didn't like... without spoiling too much, some people didn't like how the game ends, but that's more of like a... it's... how can I explain it? The best way to put Cyberpunk is... there's no such thing as a happy ending, but there are character defining parts of the game, and I'm gonna be honest, like the first time I played it, I didn't really understand it too much, so I played it again, done things a bit differently, and I started to like sort of understand, and especially like listening to other people's videos and things like that, and listening to people like talking about the lore and stuff. I'm just like, bruh, this game is like on another level. Like the parts of the writing, and it's one of the reasons why I love that game, really good. just trying to think. What other game is there that is really good, like writing wise? Let me take a look real quick, because that actually poses a very good question. Yeah, Skyrim. Horizon Zero Dawn is another good one. Man, I'm gonna have to go through a lot of stuff. But yeah. But yeah, again, cheers for tuning in anyway, man. I mean, one of the main reasons why I like Skyrim. I mean, I still think the writing is pretty decent. It does the job. I'm just trying to find a way off this planet now. You know what? I might just... Right, let's have a look. Actually, no. I'm not gonna fast travel because I do need... I can't use my paraglider. I bugged the game. Oh yeah, there's this dude as well.
The finest web. Madam. Oh yes, but no. Work for... Blatant rape. Are you going to purchase something or continue on? Ah, well... well, this is just further... Why? Doing so, all you need to do is hand across a small payment.
Oh, I'll purchase one.
No refunds. All purchases final.
I'm just curious. What was it? You tear off the lid, a faint glow emanating from within, and eagerly look down to see what... Nothing, literally nothing. He's gone. What a dick. Yep. He scammed us. I was curious. That's why the saying is curiosity killed the cat. Actually, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna fast travel to Hierofka. I can't be bothered. I'm gonna grab a drink in a minute. But yeah,
Incredible. The
man,
architecture here is truly something.
I really do love. See, this is why I don't know what would be like the best game of all time between Skyrim and Cyberpunk, because both games are just so freaking good for me. Like, I just can't, like, I can't decide between those two games. Because the two games offer something unique in its own way.
That honestly, tales of what you've done would echo for the ages. I like that.
Is it in a library? Okay. So, for those of you that probably don't know what this does, so we're meditating on the words of power right now. Just watch what happens when we finish. Okay. Do we get anything from it? Alright, let's try again. Right, so we gotta wait for it to, man, she talks a lot. I have 2 mods for Serana's dialogue, RDO, and Serana Sharp. I mean, she doesn't really talk that much for me right now. I mean, the only reason why she was talking after the Alduin thing is, well, I mean, it wasn't too bad. How do I know how... I can't tell where my stamina is.
Wow.
Meditated
This
too
temple
long.
Truly looks like something else.
Wait, is there a set amount? Hold on. When it's below 20%. Is this like a mini game where you have to guess where it is? Oh, this must be one of those. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Fuck that. But now? Oh! Yeah, as you saw there, it's a definite mini game. It's like you have to time it perfectly. Oh my days. What about the ice? The iceborne? What does this do? The ice... oh, sorry. The cold and cruel winds of the... Ooh. What are you lot giving me, man? Stop giving me stuff. You know what? I'm not even gonna go into, like, this one. I'm gonna keep it anyway. Get rid of them. Right,
Hey,
there we go.
You dropped something. You sure you don't need it?
Yes, I'm sure I don't need it. I'm just checking something real quick. Right. So yeah,
So
now that
what's
we've
next for our
beaten...
adventures?
Now that we've beaten Alduin. Ooh. There is the other thing that we have to do. We have to figure out, do we join up with the Stormcloaks? Or do we join up with the Imperials? Might leave that for another day. I still can't figure out how to beat this, but we'll leave that one. We could go beyond the reach. We could go beyond the reach. Or we could do the Dragonborn DLC. We've already completed one DLC, and that's the Dawnguard DLC. In fact, I'm going to do Beyond the Reach first. Yeah, I'll do Beyond the Reach first. Let me do a save. Okay, how do we go Beyond the Reach? I can't remember. I think it's this way. I can't remember. Job. Before I forget something. There we go. Kingdom of Evermore. Oh!
You alright?
Alright, let's go. But man, reminds me, I was watching someone playing a very highly modded Skyrim, and it's literally like, it's kind of similar to this.
And the clouds gather again. How futile. Your tears will not wash away the rivers. The feast draws near, little wolves.
What the hell? That was weird. Maybe I have to go back over there at some point. But firstly, let's investigate. Okay, well that's not a good sign.
Another fleshling sails us.
That's what I thought.
Time for a drink.
From the flesh.
Weird. Okay. You know what? I don't know why Serrano likes that weird thing, but
Come to talk.
there's 5 years left. The Force won't attack this tower.
No, friend. Not forsworn. Witchmen. Thought I told you about these devils already? Trust me, these aren't the type you want to be ignorant about. If you treat them like you would any common scoundrel hounding for your coin purse, And the next sight you'll be seeing is that of your gods. Bastards coat their blades and arrows with this vile poison. A resin so foul it can condemn giants to an agonizing death with nary a brush. Not sure how you came out of that alive, to be honest. You're tougher than you look.
I've faced
Really?
worse.
That's hard to believe. These scum are a whole new low for the Reachmen. Carving up man, woman, child, and babe alike in their hideous rituals.
Is it just me, or can anyone else
Sadistic
smell that?
artists. How they play with the bodies they harvest and hoist them in that dense woodland north. Foul. Simply foul. Spoiled my mood. At least you've made it back. I was about to do one. Had you spent any longer up there?
Where will you go now? And will I face any more witchmen on the road?
You shouldn't. The divide is within spitting distance. If you keep to the road, you should arrive there without harm. Unless you take a detour, that is. That's where my almighty prescience ends and the uncertainty begins. And as we know, ignorance pays. My clients are probably waiting with bated breath, taken long enough to get here already. I'll need to skip on any indulgences on that bridge and head straight to Arnima. However, you should speak with the governor up there, Morosa. Frumpy little woman, but don't tell her I said that. She'll normally be within the temple, sparing a prayer for our mutual mother. Mara, you fool! If there's one god you should know in the Reach, then it's her. The people don't take kindly to those who know not about her grace. I'll see you around, friend. Give my thanks to Morosa for keeping this road so safe.
That cape has a mind of its own. Nothing to see here, guys. It's all normal.
You know, you're like
It's all
a
normal
fine
in the
wine.
land of Skyrim.
The more of you I drink in, the better I feel.
Oh, man. Okay. So now we know... See, this is what I was talking about with the Reachmen, yeah? This is what I was saying in the Calf-Waston thing. The whole debate about whether Calf-Waston was... Can you stop giving me garbage? Where is that now? Go away. Maybe I should have gone back home. If I can buy a home here, then I'm just gonna set everything... Yeah, if I can buy a home here, then I'll just put everything in that house. But yeah, I mean... When it comes to Skyrim and the mods, it's crazy to think that people have made, like, DLC type mods. And it's free. It's free.
You alright?
And I think, again, this is probably why Bethesda's like, you know what, we... And I understand why people say, yeah, but I think they're doing it for them to get paid. Yeah, but you gotta see it both ways. Bethesda is...
Come to hear the latest news, lest you forget that there's more to the Reach than your own bridge.
Glory
Horrific
only
doom
awaits
befalls
those
the
who
hamlet of
triumph.
Sabbath, torn to shreds by vile magic. It has been overtaken by death, or should I say, undeath. A merchant arrives from Skyrim, bringing news of a slaughter at the Imperial Watchtower to the east. No survivors. More and more ships trouble the waters of Illic Bay every day,
Don't see that every
as
day.
corsairs from Hammerfell continue to ravage our coasts. The orcs still lurk in the countryside, and they are out for blood. Remain within the city walls, or at least don't travel alone. The latest flood devastated the settlement.
If he wants to try and shout,
Bad news for travelers.
They need to make sure because it sounds a bit tinny when it goes too high. It needs to bring it down a bit.
New face, do me a favor, will you? Please, I'll make it worth the trouble.
What is it, beggar?
Look, I need some gear, friend. Real fast, like. I'm willing to part with whatever gold I got here. If you agree, that is. Just need you to give the rest of this pouch to a fella named Elrich, down in Arnima. He'll be festering with the rest of our ilk. You know, beggars. You've earned yourself a friend. Anything you need, I mean anything, and I'll return the favor. Just don't go asking while my eyes are at the back of my head. That's my happy time.
Luck with that. They only let in those rich snobs now. Everyone else has to fend for themselves.
I think the voice acting, like,
Sometimes I yearn for those simpler times.
minus the
where
clipping.
A cold winter was the worst of our concerns.
Minus the
Returning
clipping.
to those days with a rake in hand.
Voice acting is pretty decent.
Nostalgia, sir. Nothing but.
But it is a free mod
Dull
as
and
well, so
stagnant are twin to
I
this
have to
life.
give it.
Yet fortune favours
But
those in your craft.
I will say this as well: if
Potential
people are
of knighthood.
interested in doing these things, this is a good opportunity to not only showcase your skill, but it's also a good way of learning how to do voice acting and learning the best way of editing the voice, as well as it's audio. It's just one of those things that will just take time to get right.
To speak of Mortarvane, I've heard the
Good to
news from
see
the
you.
council that his seat in Arnima may be put into question.
What's the matter?
You
All right then.
because he and his guards are demanding more gold from the merchants, while also becoming more aggressive. No better than thugs. And that little lord does nothing but encourage it. I despise that unsightly man. Every conversation with him is extremely unpleasant. His paranoia also makes it so we can't have any of our own in that town to keep an eye on him.
I have a missionary within the temple down there. He shares whispers with me on occasion. If you need consoling on this,
I'm gonna turn up the voice.
only need to ask. If I may beg my pardon, I shall return to servicing this temple.
Very well. Make a prayer that nothing terrible arises from this disorder. It's good to have the gods listening in times like this.
Yeah, like I said, the voice acting is alright.
Have we arranged a meeting, or is it your intent to address nobility lacking proper decorum? Speak quickly, lest you rile my temper. Oh, a harbinger of grim news. Not the best first impression. Well, thank you for telling me in advance of my own guards. It was only a matter of time before they spilled further east. Pardon the introduction, yet understand the need for it. We can't have any wandering yokel approach royalty like they're of the same stock. It's not good for the kingdom's image. We'll have the guard there as soon as possible. But for you, are you interested in some coin? We need someone to talk to us. Nothing more pleasing to a mercenary than gold. From your mannerisms, I'll make the sound assertion that you're not versed with High Rock itself, and probably lack knowledge of this realm. However, you will come to know the kingdom's people in short time, as our stone walls all but separate the encroach of savage from civilized.
Alright, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna skip the dialogue.
You don't need to know any further than that. Ask yourself, Would a noble or an
Stranger,
unknown scoundrel
fancy an
have
extra
their head on a
blade to
pike
accompany you through
in
the
case a
menagerie
little
that is the
conspiracy
Reach?
became public?
Sorry, I need to get out of this. I'm gonna decide to hold back off this. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be a dick about it, because at the end of the day it's free, and these guys are probably doing it like with care and stuff. But you have to know, when it comes to voice acting and having voice actors, it can make or break something. Still on this playthrough? Yeah, man, still on this playthrough. Her voice is very fucking boring. Her voice is really fucking boring. Like, it's like sitting through a damn lecture, dude. Like, please, modders, do yourself a favor.
Yes?
Play through and test it. There's a reason why things should be. When it comes to mods like this, you really do need to vet the people that you do, and you need to... Look, I'm just gonna do this, look.
I'm no expert nor historian, but what I can tell you should be the same that every Reachman would recite when speaking of those savages. Accounts state that this new incarnation of the Witchman appeared near 2 decades back, just after the incident at Munstor. You haven't heard of it either. I feel like I'll be going over the history of every blade of grass in the Reach. I digress. Munstor was an abandoned fort far to the north that has since succumbed to its frozen locale. Peasants, serfs, and other seditious souls had made a great exodus under the cover of night, all leaving their fields.
Yeah,
abandoning...
I'm leaving it. I'm not going back to that voice. It's very drony and very not serious. I started BG3 today. Oh, nice. How are you finding Baldur's Gate 3 so far? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I can't get past the. I can't get past Act 2. I mean, actually, I did. But I had to. Every time I go to play Baldur's Gate 3, I end up restarting.
Still here.
And
what do you need?
It's hard for me to get through. Personally. And it's not really because the game is bad. It's just there's so much story, and it's like I'm trying to understand the story, and it's just like there's so much that I can't really sit through it all the time, and it's like, yeah. Only played 3 hours so far. Pretty good. Good. Like I said, the game is really good. The game...
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
The game does do a lot of things right, but for me, it's kind of like playing through Witcher. It's kind of overwhelming for me, but that's just because I don't know. I actually don't know. But yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. I like the characters. The story is pretty good, even though it's overwhelming. The other things that I do like is the way that they've done. The game basically suits magic mostly. But yeah, it would be nice to see a bit of a better crafting system, even though there is If there is one, I haven't really used it. But yeah, it's very good. I love Witcher. Oh my god. Yeah, Witcher is really good. Don't get me wrong, Witcher is such a good game. I love the story of The Witcher. I loved pretty much... Well, there's a lot that I really did like about it. But yeah, at times it can be pretty overwhelming.
I am the destroyer, Mother.
The worm will conquer them.
Embrace the ugly. Please. Such an abrupt end to our game.
The Witchmen are no joke. They are literally no joke. I'm level 36. I can do a fuck ton of damage. Alright, so I guess we'll have to start from here again. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to do all of that again. I'm gonna leave the Reach. Did you beat Ghost? Yeah, I beat it yesterday. I beat Ghost of Tsushima yesterday. I played Once Human after that. I've been very fucking addicted to that game. But yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is such a... Oh my days. I beat the DLC. Because I beat the game last week, technically. I beat the main game last week, and then I started the DLC, and then I finished the DLC yesterday. Man, those fucking, like, when someone said the DLC island enemies were no joke, I found out very hard. I found that out the hardest way possible. I was just like, yeah. Oh wait, did I... Yeah. Okay. Goodness. Right, so... I'm not gonna do that one. Do you know what? Let's do the College of Winterhold. Let's do this. So I think the College of Winterhold was, like... Can't really remember too much the quest. But this would be a good idea, actually, to try and get into...
The College of Winterhold. Being here always increases my mood.
I beat South Park, Stick of Truth, and Metal Gear Solid. Nice. Those two games are pretty good, actually. I do remember playing a little bit of... Metal Gear Solid. I couldn't really get into the game, but I know it was a good game. I'm gonna disable it. I always disable the dragons because they never go away. Alright, so we need to go to Mirabelle.
Is it just...
As soon as I go to Mirabelle, she's coming out the other... He just went out. Lovely. Yeah, that game is solid. Man.
You know, this is one of a very...
Welcome to the college. Another new student. I'm surprised at how many of you there are lately. Well, first you'll need these. While you're not required to wear them, you may find them more to your liking than your current clothes. I'll give you a brief tour, and then we'll get you to your first class.
What are you doing, Serana?
Wonderful. Please follow me, and don't wander off. The College of Winterhold has been a fixture in Skyrim for thousands of years. The prominent feature here is the Hall of the Elements.
God,
It's our
Serrano.
primary location for lectures, practice sessions, and general meetings. The Arcanium is located above the hall, and the Archmage's quarters above that. While technically in charge of the college, the Archmage's responsibilities often keep him occupied. Thus, I run the day-to-day operations. Now, if you'll please follow me, I'll show you the living quarters. Unfortunately, we've had to implement more stringent entry procedures due to some problems with the local Nords. We don't anticipate any real violence, but it never hurts to be prepared.
Okay, go then. 200 quests in total? Jesus. That's a lot. That is a lot. But yeah, I'm not buying any more games, so I'll finish my backlog. I hear that, man. I hear that. To be honest, like, even though I finished Ghost of Tsushima, I think I'm just gonna replace Ghost of Tsushima with Once Human for now, because, like, I'm just so addicted to that game now.
Our newest members are housed here, in the Hall of Attainment. I'll ask that you please keep your voice down while inside, as others may be working on research or delicate experiments.
Sure. Let's go inside.
Now I'll show you to your quarters. You're going to be sharing space with your fellow apprentices, who you'll meet shortly. This is
Looks
where you'll
horrible.
be staying. This bed and desk
Looks
are
fine
yours.
for me.
Please try and be considerate of others. Now, let's go back to the Hall of the Elements, where most of the members gather for lectures and study sessions.
Have over 3k S++ soldiers, lethal base, security is maxed out. Oh, jeez. That'll be interesting. But yeah, once human, the performance is fine. Like, I can run it on like 60 FPS perfectly fine. If I mean, actually, I think it's like 60 to 120 FPS. Pretty good for me. I don't know what everyone else's performance is on, but I mean, I don't know. Everyone's got different builds, and people use different operating software, so it could be due to a mix of loads of different things. But a lot of people are enjoying Once Human. I mean, at the moment, if I remember correctly, have a look. I mean, if the performance was that bad, I mean, there's like over 168,000 people playing it. And my brother runs it on a totally weaker PC than mine, and he runs it fine. I now have a $3,200. Jesus Christ. Dude. I'm guessing that's going to have like the 5090 and everything. Gonna keep saving and upgrade. Do you know what? That's actually a good point. I might do the same. I might actually save up and do the same. That's a good idea. Very good idea. I'm not gonna take the other thing. I'm gonna keep it. What does this look like?
So, where are we off to now?
We've got to
All right, if you say so.
Plus, my backlog should be finished in 2026. Yeah, I feel that, man. I definitely feel that, man. I've still got,
Do let me know if you need anything.
You know what? You just reminded me. I need to have a look at my backlog real quick. No, that's not the one that I'm after. Okay, so the games I got on my list is Horizon Forbidden West, Elden Ring, Code Vein, Metro Exodus, Surge After Image. I might actually take that one out. Starfield after DLC drops. Days Gone. I'm probably gonna do Days Gone at some point. Yeah, FOB reading is fun when the base is fully upgraded. Oh, is that for Metal Gear Solid? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, I could never really get into Metal Gear Solid, but it's still a solid game.
Initially, you'll be learning from Tolfdir, one of our most esteemed wizards.
But yeah, nah. Konami should have tried to keep Hideo Kojima because that guy was legendary for that company. If it wasn't for him, that company would not exist. In my opinion, anyway. You won't have fun.
Tolfdir is likely already addressing the new apprentices. Go on in, and if you have any problems, let one of our senior members know.
Sure. Okay, so we are now an apprentice. Our character is starting to learn magic. Very stupid, right? By the way, next playthrough is gonna be completely different.
There's so much magicka that I can feel here. It's great.
Man, just look how smooth this runs, man. Reshade can go get fucked.
So,
after
this must be the main classroom
After I
for the
beat
college.
Baldur's Gate 3, I'll probably play all 4
Kind of
Arkham games.
expected more
I wish you luck
tables
on them
and
games.
chairs, to be honest.
And I also wish you luck with Baldur's Gate 3.
At least
You're
no
gonna
one's going
spend
to
at
be
least
dozing
100
off in
hours,
class now.
Maybe 200 hours getting through that game.
Welcome, welcome. We were just beginning. Please, stay and listen. So, as I was saying, the first thing to understand is that magic is, by its very nature, volatile and dangerous. Unless you can control it, it can and will destroy you.
Sir, I think we all understand that fairly well. We wouldn't be here if we couldn't control magic.
Of course, my dear, of course. You all certainly possess
yeah.
some inherent natural ability. That much is not being questioned. What I'm talking about is true control. Mastery of magic. It takes years, if not decades, of practice and study.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started.
Please, please. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Eagerness must be tempered with caution, or else disaster is inevitable.
But we've only just arrived here. You've no idea what any of us are capable of. Why not give us a chance to show you what we can do?
You've been quiet so far. What do you think we should do?
Safety should be more important than anything.
Well, your classmates certainly seem to disagree with you.
Oh, don't listen to her. We can do it. Just give us a chance.
All right, let's settle down. I suppose we can try something practical. In continuing with our theme of safety, we'll start with wards. Wards are protective spells that block magic. I'll teach you all a ward, and we'll see if you can successfully use it to block spells, all right? Would you mind helping me with the demonstration? Are you at all familiar with ward spells? That's all right. I can teach you a very basic ward, one that's enough for the purposes of this lesson. Now, if you'll just stand right over there, I'll cast a spell at you, and you block it with the ward. Here we go. Over there, please, just opposite me. Want anyone else in the way? Now, cast the ward spell, and keep it up. You have to keep your ward up, or else this won't work. I don't want to hurt you. Over there, please, just opposite me. Wouldn't want anyone else in the way.
I am.
Now, cast the ward spell, and keep it up. Hold still. Excellent work. Well, I think this is an excellent start. I'd like you all to continue practicing with wards, please. All right, everyone. That's all for now. Keep it up.
That was an easy
I
lesson.
love it here. There's just so much knowledge.
Is that a level up as well? Is that also nearly? I nearly leveled up from that lesson. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, I wish that... I understand why they kind of made it short, because you don't want it too long.
Just maybe later. I'm sort of busy now. Have you heard from your family recently?
You know, this is one of a very few places where you can receive a real
We'll go and get
education
some
in the
lessons
schools of
later.
magic.
First, we're gonna sleep. But yeah, so... I'm gonna be honest, like, when it comes to all of these games, like, the games that I'm looking at completing, like... Well, I am still doing the Horizon Zero Dawn. The reason why I'm doing that, by the way, is because... I'm actually just trying to think, actually. Oh, there was something else I need to put on this list. Mass Effect 3. And Mass Effect Andromeda. I was actually watching someone play Mass Effect Andromeda, and it looks fun as hell to play. The story is bad. Well, actually, I don't really know. I'd have to... Like, so far, I've only played Mass Effect 1 and 2, so I want to get into Mass Effect 3. But how I'm going to try and do it is I'm going to play Mass Effect 3 alongside with Starfield and a DLC. Reason why I'm doing that is because it's going to be, like, space... It's space-themed, if that makes sense. It's going to be a space-themed, what do you call it? Game rotation. Isn't new one in development? I believe so. It's kind of one of the reasons why I want to play Mass Effect 3 soon, hopefully. Oh my god, look at that. Enchantment's like really high now. Right, so I gotta find the dude. Also, how many? Oh, have I spent all my points? Yeah, I did. That's fine. I'm not getting Kingdom Come 2 or Stalker 2 or any game I wanted till 2026. You know what? That's probably a good idea, just in case if they... I'm not saying they're gonna come out bad, but it's just to be on the safe side. You know what I mean? As for me, I am probably... Well, I'm gonna...
Ever since we've been
100%
going
serious
here,
with not
I've
getting
always
anything until my
wondered
backlog
how
is done.
things compared to the Mages Guild.
That's fine,
Are
man.
they largely the same? Or do they differ in a lot of ways?
I don't know, Serrano. Why don't you ask him? But yeah, I mean, I understand that. At that point, I'll have a new PC. But I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm having this kind of addiction that I don't mind building the PCs anymore. 5090 with a 4K monitor, bruh. I still wouldn't even get a 4K monitor. Even if I get a 5090. Which, to be honest, at that point you won't even need to worry about a CPU. Because it's all gonna be all on the 5090 to do. I'm joking, you still need a decent one anyway. Wait, where is he? I thought he would have been here. Clearly not. A 5090 could... Yeah. I'm not gonna go into the whole 8K thing.
Good to see you. Ah, excellent. Very good. Today, I'll teach you a useful spell that might just save your life. If you should ever fall into a river, you'll be very glad you learned it.
What spell is that?
I will teach you how to breathe underwater. This is exciting, isn't it?
I mean, it can 100% because 4090 can. I need to look this up. It depends on the game though, because there is an actual 8K monitor. That's fucking insane. That is fucking insane. Bro. That's nuts. There's also a 6K monitor. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not saying that the 4090 isn't good. It is definitely good. Oh my god, he's also playing... I'm now jealous. Alright,
Here,
interesting. What do I need
take a look at this. Just let me know when you're ready to practice the spell, all right? Good. That's what this lesson is for. Perfect time to try it out. I think perhaps you could help one of our scholars. Ah, yes. Find Aniel Gain. Look around. I'm sure you'll find him. He'll show you what to do.
Alright, cool. You can run many... No. You can run many older, like 2015 and down games at 8K Ultra. Yeah, most likely. It doesn't surprise me. So, I just wouldn't. I mean, it also means the screen is going to get better. I'm going to be sticking with my 2K screen. I still think 2K is good enough. For me, 2K is still good enough. Right, where do we need to go? Oh, he's in
Let's
there.
move faster. The sun is...
But yeah,
What are you doing that for?
Oh, he's up there as well.
Be careful! I'm working on some very important research, I assure you. Yes. You must be one of the new apprentices then, right?
2K is honestly probably the best all round. Yeah. It's a nice balance between GPU and CPU.
I guess you'll have to come with me. Good. The two of us then. Isn't this exciting? Just north of here. It's not far, but travel has become dangerous of late. Get ready. Are you? I hope so. Come on.
Go on after you then. I wouldn't go down from 2K anymore, to be honest. I technically am, because the screen that I can see your comments on is actually 1080p. After 2K, 1080p is so bad. Some people actually prefer to go down to 1080p for the simple fact that FPS games, they want like a higher hertz monitor more so than a better looking, or a higher res model, if that makes sense. The other thing as well is I don't use widescreen. There's some people that use widescreen, I don't. Mostly because a lot of games don't really support widescreen. Yeah, but oh my gosh, it's so ugly after you experience 2K. Yeah, I can see that. Where is this dude going? Where is he, man?
Mirabelle does a fine job as Master Wizard, I suppose. Still, there's always room for improvement.
Why are you going this way? Are you dumb?
When I've finished what I'm working on, everyone will understand its significance.
Oh. But yeah, yeah, I do feel that. I mean,
college. Magnificent, isn't it?
It's like right now I'm playing like Skyrim on my 2K monitor, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why my GPU, well, I wouldn't say the GPU is struggling, it's not really. But it's probably one of the reasons why the game looks so good for me. Imagine playing Skyrim on a 4K monitor. That would be insane. Come on, dude. What are you doing?
Please hurry and follow along quietly.
Can you hurry up, or I'm just gonna Fusradar you. I'm saving. Thinking about joining the Marines? I mean, it's up to you, man. Sorry, Serrano. That's one way of getting them unstuck.
So much for that.
That's why I like my sword. I don't know, I get bored low and want some excitement. I mean, it depends on what... It depends on what kind of excitement you want. But yeah, I mean, joining the Marines, that might be that very difficult, but at the same time, I mean, if you really feel like you want to do it, then why not give it a try? What is this dude doing?
I'm no fan of the sun, but it would be better than this.
Where is this dude running to? I have no idea where this guy is going. What are you doing? The Star Wars game drops next month? Yep. I'm going to be doing another poll as soon as August begins. I'm going to do another poll. I'm going to see if people want to see me play it. If people want to see me play it, then what I'll do is I'll probably buy the cheaper package and get everything. Which is, I'll buy the Ubisoft Pass once. I'd wait for reviews before we buy it. Like I said, I would just buy the thingy because I get access to other games then. And if I do it just before the day before it comes out. What the hell is this guy doing?
Fus,
Yeah, I'll just buy it on the Ubisoft Pass thing because what's this dude doing?
I never really understood why some people would prefer to pad themselves with more metal. Yes, their figure is more sturdy, but now they're much easier to hit.
What is he doing? Move, you goddamn fool!
Fus,
This guy is an absolute idiot. Where are we running to, dude? What the fuck is he doing? What are you doing?
Fus,
I've been trying to find the right moment, but here, I got this for you.
I'm about to Bruce Radar him off this. You know what? I'm probably gonna do it. Right, come over here, guys. I don't even know where he's supposed to go. I really don't.
Please hurry and follow along quietly.
You gotta play Stalker 2 September 5th. Probably not. It depends on what the game rotation is like. Depends on what game I'm deciding to play. It's gonna depend on a lot of it's gonna depend mostly on how Star Wars game is gonna go. What the fuck is this guy doing? I honestly have no idea where this guy is going. He's saying to follow along.
Please hurry and follow along quietly.
Go, you goddamn fool. What the hell are you doing? I hope you run past, like, where there's no railing, because I'm honestly going to Fusadar you off this frickin' thing. And I'm not even joking. Go on, keep running, keep going, keep going. Where is there no railings? Keep going.
The architecture of
don't
this college.
Go back.
It's
Go
not as run
forward.
down
Follow
as many
along
people make it out to be.
Where do we have to go?
Come on.
Fus?
Yay! I hope you die now. Please don't run up here, I beg you.
Be careful.
This dude is running around like an absolute idiot. Oh, you want help?
Fus?
Go. This quest is broken. It's honestly broken. The amount of times I've had to Fusadar is absolutely hilarious. But yeah, when it comes to what game I'm gonna be like the new games, I know I want to play Avowed as well, because I want to give that. I do want to give Obsidian.
Fus?
I want to give Obsidian another chance. Because that Outer Worlds, I'm telling you, that game sucked. It was boring as like. I still put Outer Worlds under Starfield. I would actually rather much play Starfield than Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds, there wasn't really anything interesting about it. The dialogue was meh. It took me so long to start Baldur's Gate 3. Bought it 8 months ago. Jeez. I could only imagine. Eventually we'll play. I wish you luck, man. I stopped playing it because I got bored. It was a big pile of meh. And even the even with the DLC that they added, I was just like, it's alright. So and to be honest, I haven't even taken the bias that I have with Fallout New Vegas. The game was just very, very, like, it's alright. It's kind of boring. The characters are okay. Oh, we're not doing this, are we? Fuck this question. I'll come back to it. Funny, many people didn't like Death Stranding, but I did. Death Stranding is an interesting game. Death Stranding is, some people class it as like a walking simulator. I think it's a very unique take for of a game, to be fair. I'm gonna look for a different quest to do. We can do that later. We could, in fact, do this and figure out what this is all about. Go Dragon Bridge. Oh yeah, I should actually go back home and drop some stuff off. I'll do that soon. But yeah. What I'm probably gonna do, especially after I've like played for a lot of this, I'm probably gonna go back to playing some Once Human. Because, like I said, I really do enjoy Once Human. I think it is. Right, let me just double check. Is it? This is the rib kit. Yeah, it's the rib kit. That's what we're gonna go for. I've enjoyed that game so much. Like, the devs are really cool people as well. And I played the beta beta before it came out, and I was actually pretty amazed with what they could do. And funny enough, the beta came out probably just after the day before, and I was just like, when I saw that game, I was just like, they released this at a very good time.
You're going to feel this. Oh, did you hit me?
God damn it. Wait, that's a plague dragon.
At least give me a reason to draw my sword. Oh, this takes me back.
Jesus. Right. I'm gonna gather all these pots, and then I want to see what this kind of leads up to. This is interesting, to say the least.
Die! Did you hear that?
Wow. They took out 2 farmers. Oh, you lot must be really, really strong.
Is it getting hot? Or is it just me? It would seem so. Did you hear something? Thought I heard you.
I'll bathe in your blood!
Sweet. Belton Damon. It's a demon. Wait, what's that? Don't need it. Alright. Now we just gotta find the other parts. Alright, so now I'm wondering, what do these parts all do? So I mean, it sounds like we're trying to build a vampire. That's what it sounds like. Hands, leg. We'll go over here. We'll do this one first. And then we'll do the hands and arm afterwards, because they're pretty close together. And out the water we are.
By the water, it makes a unique chiming noise.
Alright, so one thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save. I'm gonna grab a drink probably after I get the leg. But yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying the stream so far. Even though we've had a couple of problems with 2 different quests. Well, to be honest, I've only had one glitch.
What was that? Come on.
Sure, Spore.
You missed.
I hate this sneaking around. Already.
Well, that's taken
That was a
care of.
bit
I'm
of fun,
disappointed.
but let's get back to it.
But let's get back to it.
Hold on.
Bring it. Goodbye.
Weapons up. I sense.
Well, that said gherkin, and I was like, what?
And I die for that.
You think I'm afraid of you?
Oh, this ticks.
At least make it sound like I never knew what hit me.
Four Nords.
Hold on. Did you hear something?
Here we go!
There you are.
Chop their head off. It's more fun that way.
You're digging your own grave.
Tough day for you.
Stand up.
Come on. A newborn babe can hit harder than that.
Alright. I'll take that. Not that one, no. Alright.
I'm not someone to be trifled with. Who's there? There they are. Come on, let's get them.
That's it! That's all you've got?
Done and done.
Yeah, you were saying that's all I've got. You're dead. Overconfident, mate. I don't care about the rest. Alright. Out we go. Oh, man. Right. So. And I say we go over here. Then this one. Right, time to go to Rorikstead. I'm wondering how this is gonna play out. I don't even know. Oh yeah. I just remembered. We've got global outage right now. That whole thing. Jesus, so much has happened in the last week. Is unreal. Alright, time
was that?
You're gonna feel this.
Damn you!
Woman free.
Victory.
Time for a drink.
For now.
Left me with no choice.
Oh, here we go.
What was that?
Time to
Come here!
I knew Bart would be hit harder than that.
While they're fighting.
Lets himself get surrounded.
Nah.
It's thousands of years old. Who knows what we might find?
Right. Time to collect the last piece. How many more pieces do we have? We've only got one more piece left. But yeah, there's the crash. Nice. Nice. Alright, while this loads, I am going to get a drink, so be right back. Let me know when it's up. I'm joking. Oh, look at that for timing. Look at that for timing. As soon as I get back, Skyrim loads. Did it crash? Yeah. Yep. It's unfortunate, but yeah, it happens. But I will say, it's definitely more stable than it used to be. I mean, I am running over like 2,000 mods, so I'm not surprised why it would crash, but this is one crash. Alright, this is gonna take a while. There we go. I don't know why, but that picture of the Greybeard makes me laugh. Bro, Baldur's Gate 3 Act 1 is 60 hours and Act 2 is 80 hours. Do you know what? Give me just one moment. I'm kind of curious. Because you saying that, you know, I'm not 100% sure. I think it depends on the playthrough that you do. Because I think that I've had at least... I'll be able to tell you now, actually. Update later. Okay, I haven't had... I've got 47 hours and 20 minutes inside the game, and I got up to Act 3. So... I'm just gonna be real. Not really. It's not really that long. It depends on the choices that you make. I'm assuming it's if you do all quests. I did all the quests in Act 1. At least the majority of the ones that I did. There were some things that I couldn't find, but I explored the whole map, and well, I didn't explore everything as far as what. There was one part that I didn't do, and that was for Lizelle. I'm not gonna spoil it. So there's that. Act 2. You can complete the game on Act 2, by the way, but I'm not gonna say why. You'll find out. So technically I completed the game once. But I got up to Act 3, so... Act 2 is... I wouldn't say it's that long. Act 2 isn't really that long. So I don't know where they got the 80 hours for Act 2. Maybe that's all together with Act 1. Act 2 is by far the quickest. Many say that they are on Act 1 and not done but 60 hours. I really don't know what they're doing. If they're on Act 1, I'm gonna be honest. My 47 hours and 20 minutes is me playing through it the first time, got up to, like I said, Act 2. Then I did another playthrough. Then I've done another playthrough. Both of those playthroughs I actually stopped because I was modding them, so a lot of my time was going into modding the game. And then the last one, and I mean to be honest, those 2 times I basically completed Act 1, went on to Act 2. and then one of my other ones I got up to Act 3. So, I don't know, maybe those hours, I don't know. I don't know if it's logged all of my hours, actually, coming to think of it. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, man. From what I've played, Act 2 is definitely not that long. So, I don't think Act 2 is at 80 hours. If I'm honest, I think my guess is Act 1 is definitely one of the longest. Act 3 could be also very long as well. What I will say is this. Maybe what they were doing is Act 1, because there's quite a lot of places to go, whereas Act 2, like, technically Act 2 is a transition to going into, like, I'm not gonna...
Sovngarde awaits you.
Well, that's taken care of.
But yeah, Act 1 is quite long.
What was that? I've got your mind.
By the way, Baldur's Gate 3 is crazy with mods.
What was that?
Time to
Show yourself.
You're gonna feel this. At least give me a reason to draw my sword.
They never knew what hit them.
There's many secret quests and stuff. No, there is. That's definitely true. I just don't think Act 2 is that long, because, well, you'll see when you play through it. 20 people online say they are more than... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, I think, personally, Act 1 could be...
The smell here.
Around...
Let's try to handle this quickly.
It just depends, because there's also a part that it depends on the quest that you do, because not all quests are accessible. It all depends on what you are doing, and also you have to be very careful as well, because I'm not gonna spoil too much, but if you camp too many times, from what I've read up online, it can end you can accidentally end your game, from what I've heard. I don't know how true it is, because I've definitely camped a lot more times. I don't know. I'd have to look into the whole thing. But that's the only thing that I would say about Baldur's Gate 3 that kind of sucks, is you can't go... Just remember, there is no going back. You can only go
just
forward.
me, or can anyone else smell that?
So that's probably why a lot of people are still on Act 1, because as soon as you enter Act 2, there's no going back. But yeah, I think I remember someone was asking me the best game to get into for story stuff. I couldn't. That's the only game that I can't really recommend, especially Divinity Original Sin 2. I can't really recommend those games for like people who are trying to start getting into like big RPG games, because they're overcomplicated for someone that has only just come into the RPG genre. And I would still even say Baldur's Gate 3 is very similar to like death metal. It's an acquired taste. It's like Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't really require you to know much Baldur's Gate 1 or 2, but I played and enjoyed. Yeah, same. Oh, I loved everything about Divinity Original Sin 2. I still say I prefer Divinity Original Sin 2 over Baldur's Gate 3, but that's because
there's a cave here.
I felt like Divinity Original Sin 2 was
Time for a drink. Did you hear that?
I don't know, I just prefer Divinity Original Sin 2 because the story isn't like hard to intake.
You just got to show them, eh?
Himself gets surrounded.
Let's be honest, Baldur's Gate 3 is basically yeah, no it is. In some ways. Like I said, I still think that Divinity Original Sin 2 was better because there was a lot more options, especially when it comes to crafting and things. Whereas Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't really have that, it's more story focused, and I mean there is still obviously exploration. And the characters are
That's the best you've got, is it?
That looks nice. I'm taking that and that.
Oh, this takes me back. You're going to have to do better than that.
But yeah. Actually, there is one thing that they did improve on. I wonder what they are making next. They said that they're gonna do a different, well, from what I've heard from one of their interviews, they're looking at doing something different this time around.
Chop their head off. That's more fun that way.
That's what I thought.
Destroy you.
I'm right behind you. Sure thing.
I need you to take this and this. What else did you lot give me, man? I need to, yeah, after this, I'm gonna literally go back home and I'm going to literally sort out all of my stuff because it's literally, I can't carry anything. there.
Let me know if you need anything.
What game was harder, the Divinity Original Sin 2 or Baldur's Gate 3, in your opinion? Divinity Original Sin 2, by far. Baldur's Gate 3 is easy. It's literally... The reason why it was easy, and reason why I'm saying that, Divinity Original Sin 2 was a lot harder because you have to, like... for me, personally, I had to strategically figure out what places to go to, how to level up quicker to overcome certain hurdles. Baldur's Gate 3, I didn't really need to do that. I mean, I did, but it was... I didn't have to do specific things to overcome the combat. The combat was quite easy because even overcoming the mind flayers or half of the stuff, it was just like I was just basically like comparing my playthroughs of Divinity Original Sin 2 to Baldur's Gate 3. I can fly through Baldur's Gate 3 and I'll be fine. Divinity Original Sin 2 was by far way harder because if you didn't, like, for me, if I didn't equip certain things at if I didn't have certain gear, if I didn't have certain people, if I didn't have certain skills, it was very, very difficult. And that's all down to, like, management of your camps and stuff, or not camps, but companions. It's all about figuring out what companions are really good for you, like, all round. There's so many different things that I had to do, whereas Baldur's Gate 3 is like, do this, and it was just like, okay. Literally, I flew through Baldur's Gate 3. Even though it did take me a while to cut through a lot of the content. It's good content. It was just easy. But yeah, that's basically where... That's just basically where I'm at with my mindset with that game. Some people might disagree, but that's just what I feel. Because I mean, don't get me wrong, the difficulty on Baldur's Gate 3 also depends on quite a lot.
So what's next for our adventures?
It does depend on a lot of things as well.
What do you need?
It's pretty much the same. It depends on the people that you got, but I feel like the people that I had in my the people that I had in my
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
followers that I had and set up, even though, oh yeah, and the fact that you can basically change out characters as well in Baldur's Gate 3. You can't do that in Divinity Original Sin 2. You can only go with, say for example, if you got, I think it's the prince, the elf, and I forgot the bard's name. So if you have them three, you can't get anyone else unless you let one go and then you have to swap them in. It was a very difficult system. It was more of a... I can't even explain it. But yeah, it's like you can't really do that on Divinity Original Sin 2, which is what I found very harder. Can't make a deck because you're missing the phone. I don't care about the deck. I just want to put this in here. Nice. Now, I am going to find... Yeah, there we go. This. Dragon Fang, that's... I'm not putting that away. I would love them to make a third-person or first-person RPG. Yeah, that would be good. I could see a lot of people playing them games, because, I mean, why wouldn't they? The only thing that I would say... See... One thing that I will say is this. When it comes to RPGs, especially like, for example, the whole Bethesda thing, there's a reason why I would sometimes prefer a Bethesda game over, say, but then again, Bethesda's not really good at writing, but their writing is very modular, so it's like you don't really... You can ignore most of their quests and stuff. Baldur's Gate is more linear. Same as CD Projekt Red's games. I think it's very, like... It can be very difficult to write a story that... It's very difficult to write a story for people to experience and to dictate themselves. And I think that's where CD Projekt Red... I think they tried to do that in Cyberpunk with the different routes. And it's very difficult to do that. CDPR took Bethesda's position. Kind of. I mean, for me, even though, like, Cyberpunk and Skyrim are near enough, like, I can't figure out which one I prefer, because Skyrim I can do whatever I want in, but Cyberpunk is, even though, yeah, I can kind of do what I want, but the story is very limited. I think if the story was kind of similar to how Bethesda's sort of, like, not writing, but how, like, where you got, like, different, like, for example, random encounters. I mean, to be fair, the side stuff that they've done was very good, and even some of the Radiant quests were pretty good as well. So, or Radiant missions inside of Cyberpunk. I think it's going to be interesting to see what they do next. But, yeah. I'd say, at this moment in time, I wouldn't even say they've taken Bethesda's position, because Bethesda is Bethesda. They kind of have their own unique thing. Even though right now, I think they're still trying to figure themselves out, which is fine. They can go off and do whatever. But for me, CD Projekt Red have got a very well-balanced team. And this is why I would... For me, one of the reasons why I put Cyberpunk so high up on my list, and especially over Red Dead and GTA, is because their writing is really well done. Yes, Red Dead Redemption 2 had really good writing as well. And while I still think that the developer... Well, I wouldn't say... I think Rockstar kind of let that game down a little. Especially, like... with their whole, like... Oh, what do you call it? With their bad PC ports and shit. They need to get better at that. And I really don't care. Like... Rockstar could be, like, freaking... on another level, but Witcher 3 writing beat Cyberpunk. I mean, the thing is, I can't really compare it to Cyberpunk. I think both. I think they're, in my opinion, they're pretty equal in terms of like writing. Because Witcher 3, don't forget, Witcher 3 stemmed from Witcher 1 and Witcher 2. They had a lot of chances, or they had it all fleshed out to begin with. Whereas Cyberpunk, they've only just fleshed it out. So I still think it's equal, because what they've done is in terms of the lore, I will say this: the combat in Cyberpunk beats Witcher 3, in my opinion. I think that the combat that they've done in Cyberpunk is one of the best, and quite unique as well, in my opinion, with the combat. The combat in Witcher 3 is pretty good, but I mean, I've played Witcher 1 and I haven't really played Witcher 2, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I find it equal just because at the moment Witcher's had like 3 other games where they've fleshed it out proper. So I'm just trying to figure out what things I want to put. Do you know what? Let me go and put some potions away, because I have so many potions and I probably am not going to use that. No. Can I? Yeah, I'm going to put a load of potions away. Watch my inventory, or my carry weight get even lighter now. But yeah, I think it's about equal for me. Mostly due to the fact that both games have their... Well, yeah, but... I would say... The writing in Elder Scrolls, like from, say, for example, I mean, I can only go from what other people have said with Elder Scrolls 1 all the way to, say, Oblivion. The writing was probably pretty good, especially from Morrowind, and I've watched other people playing Morrowind. I'd say the writing is pretty good for the time that it came out. As for Skyrim, I would say Skyrim has pretty decent writing. It's not that bad. I mean, even the combat, to a degree, or shall I say, the thing that Skyrim had that is quite unique was the shouts. There was no other game that had that kind of combat where you could include like shouting as like some form of magic. Not to mention the other stuff that's gone on with the whole Skyrim stuff as well. I don't know. I mean, okay, I'm gonna leave that. How much? God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have to let some things go because I'm literally stocking up on stupid crap. So that's what I'm gonna do. Right, so let's see. Anything silver I'm putting away because, yeah. Volcreef. Don't know why I need that. That can go. In fact, no, I'll keep them. I can't even... Okay. Fire gem. Nice. I can't really put them away. I'll put that away.
A place to just relax.
Why have I got so much, like... Okay, let's put some food away. Bruh, what have I got on me that is taking up so much? I think good writing is timeless. Maybe. Not gameplay mechanics, but definitely writing. Yay and nay. It depends. But to be honest, I don't think anything is timeless, really. Because the thing is, as time goes on, and I think a lot of people who are creative will probably actually say the same thing. You're only gonna get better from the first, like, every time you do a new story or a new game, usually there's always some form of progression in getting better with at least one thing. Now, some people might say that, oh, well, that doesn't really mean that the next game is going to be better. I'm not saying every time there's a second game is going to be better than the last. It's not necessarily what I mean, but it's more about experience and things. So, like, when someone's written one story, the next story that they do, they might end up finding a better way of portraying something. And then, you know, from there, they can end up progressing themselves and making a lot of things better than before. So it just depends on what it is. And I don't know, there's so many things about man, I don't know, when it comes to writing and story stuff from like 1930s, it's considered better stuff than now. I would disagree. I would disagree with that. It's like saying music from the 19th century is, or even the 18th century. Saying that stuff is better than the nowadays stuff. That's just a generation thing. Some people don't like change. That's just how it is. I don't see it that way. I think there's better writing now than there was before because we've refined writing. And writing now is a lot different than what it was back then as well. So that's why I said, that depends. But I would still say the writing now is better than it ever has been. That's just because over time we are continuously refining writing, refining not just the English literature, but also in other languages as well. And as time goes on, it will get better. It's the same thing as... Oh, maybe I shouldn't have gone through that.
Easy there. Hey.
Mass Effect 2 has better writing than 99% of modern RPGs. Can't really compare it. Mass Effect is in its own way quite unique, and not everyone is gonna like Mass Effect. So it's like there's a bit of perspective on that, but I understand where you're coming from with that. I will say the writing is very good with Mass Effect, but you know, I mean, better than 99% of RPGs, I don't know. I mean, again, can't really compare. I know you're talking about writing, but again, every RPG has its own different. It's like trying to compare sci-fi to
I'm
say
no fan of the sun,
a
but it would
fantasy
be better than this.
medieval game. It doesn't. You can't really compare the two. And it's very different. However,
The mercy
when
of
it comes
Stendarr
to
does not extend to Daedra worshippers.
is that it? What else do I get now?
Walk always in the light, or we will drag you to
Is
it.
that it? That kind of sucks.
None escape the vigil. All come into the light.
Well, that's the vampire done. But yeah, I just think it depends. Because, well, Mass Effect does have its own unique bit of writing, and it, you know, I mean, again, it stems from Mass Effect 1. I'd say the Mass Effect trilogy overall does have a lot of good writing. I know some people don't like Mass Effect 3, but, you know, from a creative perspective, it made a lot of the game. Well, actually, I haven't played Mass Effect 3, so I can't really say too much on that one. But from what I've witnessed of Mass Effect, yeah, it's pretty damn good. It's probably the best BioWare has ever been. But, I mean, again, the question is that, especially for me, I don't think Mass Effect is up there with... I'm not talking in terms of writing, but I mean, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to literally think about it, because, like I said, I do love the writing, and especially with the characters. The characters were very well written out. I don't know. I feel like with writing, all people tell the story in their own way. Yeah. See, this is the thing. So this is what I was trying to say.
You have vanquished a great
with
evil,
Bethesda's
Skyrim.
writing.
We're all behind you, friend.
With Bethesda's writing, it's not necessarily... They're not really writing things from... Let's go and see if he actually takes us to an actual place this time. Would you like some help, dude? Yes? Well, thanks. Cross. There you go. All you need is a little push. I know, like directors with movies. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, in my opinion, when it comes to these kind of things, I really do hope that Mass Effect does make some form of comeback. Now, one thing that I will say, a movie like... Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I said it's a bit difficult. So it's like, if you look at Mass Effect and Starfield, and people will probably be like, why would you put them to... Why would you say them two in the same sentence? Because Bethesda they're not really writing to portray a story. And I think ML said it, you know, ML says that they write stories to be experienced, which is a bit different to how, say, Mass Effect. You're not just experiencing the story, and you're not really doing it from your own initiative. If that makes sense? Like, yeah, you're the one making choices and stuff.
There's
but
so much magic that I
your
can
fate
feel here.
has already
It's
been written
great.
in the game. Whereas things like Skyrim and, say, Starfield, they're more written to the fact that you're kind of telling your own story. Some people don't like that, but it's very hard to do a game with it. It's very hard to do a game where you basically say to the players, well, this is your story, take it wherever you want. That then becomes the imagination of the player, more so than the writer. Just like, how much can you really imagine? And some people will say, well, if you can't imagine your own thing, then you don't really have any... Not everyone is creative with their own stories or with their own roleplays or whatever, so... Games like that is really just... It's not everyone's taste. But a lot of MMORPGs are like that.
Come on.
To a degree. You've got your own story, but the main story still progresses even if you don't I have no idea where it's supposed to be.
Good night.
Did he want to talk to me? That's weird. But yeah, it's like, for example, like, I can go off and just accomplish whatever I want to accomplish. Like, I can pick and choose what quests that I do. I mean, yeah, you can pick what order you want to progress with Mass Effect and stuff like that, but it's very different.
Ashes to ashes.
And I think that's kind of what makes Bethesda unique in its own way.
I cannot rest you.
Bring
I've
it.
got you in my sights. Who's?
That was an accident. I didn't mean to activate that.
Come on. A newborn babe can hit harder than that.
How many of you?
You're gonna feel this.
See, tell us.
This was a scratch. Oh, this takes me back.
Who's?
Ouch. 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 With time, people do get better. That's just the thing. Like, for example, they say if you put 10,000 hours into one thing, you'll master it. And that's not even just a saying, that's actually true. Some people will say Disney cartoons from the 1950s originally and are still considered the best animations ever. See, that's why I'm like, I don't think so. Some people are just gonna disagree with that. But nah, I honestly don't think that's necessarily true. That's just a perspective thing. And again, that's more of a generation thing. People will say if they were born from that time, they'll be like, what is this shit? and they'll look at all the like new stuff, and they won't like it. That's just a generation thing. I mean, it's like saying. And people will probably think this is kind of stupid, but when you look at anime, for example, right? Anime is technically cartoons. A lot of people see that as cartoons. Now,
I am a daughter of Skyrim. I love this land.
there's a lot of good animes, and there's a lot of bad ones. But that's with everything. And I mean, the thing is, it's like, again, it's all about being well known as well when it comes to cartoons. Like, for example, a lot of people remember Mickey Mouse. A lot of people will remember, say, for example, Inspector Gadget.
What was that?
Got him.
All that kind of shit.
Take that, scum.
Where did you come from? Not bad.
But no, with time, things will get better, and it technically has. A lot of the production value has gotten better over time. And that's just the fact. That's just how it is. A lot of things now are not only, I wouldn't even say just easy to make. It's also the fact the production is a lot better now because a lot of people have gotten better with voice acting. Not even just voice acting. Overall, sound-wise, video-wise, there's a lot of things that have been progressed, that have progressed a lot. Most movies are trash now, to be honest. Yeah, but that's not necessarily down to the fact that movies are kind of different, though. You see, movies are very limited, and people will be like, "What do you mean?" Well, here's the thing: movies are very limited in the fact that you can only do so much with realism and putting people into those scenes. They cost a lot of money as well. The production costs a lot of money to do that kind of stuff. That's why a lot of people prefer games, because with games, being creative is literally unlimited. Like, you're not on a screen. There's no green screen here. There's no, like, bullshit going on. It's, you know, people making real, like, an actual world and putting players into a perspective of, say, first person, third person, maybe top down, and every game is very different. And it's also interactive, whereas a movie, movies can be unlimited with CGI. Nah, you can only do so much with CGI. Yeah, you can fake a fucking T-Rex, but I mean, but you've got to put those people also in the thing, and again, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do with CGI, and I mean, technically at that point, you might as well make a fucking 3D anime.
Run, girl! Run! I hate this sneaking around. Show yourself already.
That was an accident.
Are you alright? Let me know if you need weapons. I sense something.
Oh, he's Dawn God. Not my problem. But yeah, nah, there's only a certain amount you can do with CGI, and not to mention, people look down on CGI, so it's like, so you want to kind of do CGI where people don't realize it's CGI.
Let's rock.
But like I said, there's only a certain amount of things you can do before the roof of your creativity, or should I say the limitations of movies. Because here's another thing about a movie: you gotta squeeze everything in
over
to about
here.
2 to 3 hours, maybe 4 hours max. I don't even watch movies. I think they're freaking boring.
You're outmatched.
Not even just boring, I'm just not even into movies.
That was a bit of fun, but let's get back to it.
Like, I mean, again, like, movies aren't really interactive as well. Like, you just sit there watching it, and I'm just like, bruh. And I look at it like, I look at a movie now. For example, like, I could watch, say, John Wick, and I like John Wick movies. I'm like, bruh, I could do this in a video game, man. Yeah, some movies are good, don't get me wrong, but like I said, like, John Wick, I'm like, bruh, I want to do that in a game. I'm like, I can't do it in real life. Fuck it. Give me a game. Give me Red Dead Redemption 2 and I'll try and pull something off like a John Wick.
That's enough out of you.
Like that's just the way I see movies for me. It's just like I don't really find them interesting enough. And that's where movies they're just not part of my thing. And I mean, to be honest, like, the only thing that I actually like to watch at the moment is most likely I watch anime more than I do movies. That's because a lot of the animes, especially when, like, I think I first started getting into animes again after watching a cyberpunk anime. And that anime was amazing. And, I mean, again, like, some of the animes that I watch are, like, really weird ones. How games can't have only good quests because then nothing will stand out. That is not necessarily true, but that's an interesting take. Some quests are bad, and it's due to... That's also a perspective thing. Like, for example, let's say I made a game. One quest. That's the only quest that you get throughout the game, yeah? And I put the same quest in front of, say, 10 people. Those 10 people will then start saying different things. Some of them might like it, some of them might not like it, some of them will say it's probably trash. However, fetch quests can be made easily, but let's talk about fetch quests. That technically is universally bad with some other people. It's like only eating dessert, you won't enjoy it as much. Just depends on the person, but I understand what you mean.
Azura has seen your coming, traveler. It was not curiosity, but fate that has led you here.
What is this place?
This shrine was built by the Dunmer. As our land was scorched by fire and brimstone, Azura's prophecies led us to safety. She is a Daedra, a powerful being who watches from beyond our mortal plane. She has chosen you to be her champion. You must go to a fortress, endangered by water, yet untouched by it. Inside, you will find an elven mage who can turn the brightest star as black as night. It is cryptic, I know, but Azura's signs are never wrong. I believe the fortress may refer to Winterhold. Ask if they know this elven enchanter.
Right.
Twilight, guide your path.
I read this topic in some game development topic. Okay, so that's kind of interesting because... Okay. I guess we can use Starfield as the thing there. Because Starfield has some... There's many psychological things that go into quest making, it's insane. That's true. That's true. I mean, like I said, we can actually use Starfield as the example, because there's some good quests, some bad ones, some really good ones, but also some really crap ones. Dragon's Dogma, however, I'm not using that as a fucking example because I think all the fucking quests in that game fucking suck. Well, not all of them. 90% of them. 90% of them fucking suck in that game. Now, Starfield has a few interesting ones. Some really dumb ones. But coming to think of it,
time for a drink.
It's like trying to find a golden nugget in that game.
I'm proud
And
of what we managed to
yeah,
accomplish.
also CDPR follow very specific rules when they make quests. Yeah, but here's the thing: I've played every single quest in like Cyberpunk, and I found them all as good as one another. I don't think there was one that I can actually pinpoint that was really shit. Like the distance, yeah, I know about that one. The distance
Some cowards in
between
this land
objectives.
can't stand the sight of glory before
That's the most obvious one because you got like
Is someone there?
for instance, if this is what I like about Skyrim. So, like for example, you see where Falkreath is? Look how many things are around Falkreath. You go to Markov. Look how much is around Markov. Even though there's a lot less. But it's like, yeah, there's all different things. And you kind of have to measure it all out. While at the same time, you don't need to measure it out before making a quest between certain things. You can have it as like a point of interest. Starfield, where they only have about 3 points of interest. Maybe 4, it depends. Maybe 5, it depends on the planet you go on to. And I think that's why Starfield was really boring, because the distance between different point of interests and different objectives were quite long. I think if they kept them close together, they could still have this big world if they really wanted to, but just made sure that there's a lot of different things going on in one specific area and a lot of like between different points of the planet. That's what, if they did that, it would be less boring. For sure. Now, when it comes to, and that's another thing when it comes to like exploration, it's why you gotta be careful when you're doing too much. Because too much of the same thing, like you said, can get boring as well. Too much of... That's why you gotta look at trying to... It's the same as making music. Like, for example... I try and use this example a lot, especially in music. You can still play the same riff, but you should have variations of that same riff. And I just realised this game is also very loud. Let me just, this.
Say your prayers.
Spit on you.
Count out your coin. Nothing. Damn you. Oh, yes, Tick. Mercy.
You want me to show you Mercy? You're gonna die now. But yeah, no, that's a very real thing.
Now ain't this a surprise?
And I think if Bethesda understood that,
You're outmatched.
I think if Bethesda understood that, I think they would have definitely made a way
You're
better game.
outmatched.
Da-na-na.
Destroy you!
Only a fool lets himself get surrounded.
Like, the thing that I liked about Skyrim is that, for example, I could walk a certain distance. Well, they understood it for Skyrim. I don't know what happened. Not really, because here's the thing. I could do this in Skyrim, and I'll come across random events. Yeah, they do happen in Starfield, but they don't happen... You kind of know when they happen. Especially now. Like, when you go to fast travel, and that's just basically what it's based around. And I mean, again, like they didn't really capitalize on that because a lot of the point of interest. So if I was to go and play Starfield right now, I can almost guarantee you between each and every point of interest there's at least 1,000 meters. It's like, bro, I don't want to be running 1,000 kilometers just to go to one point of interest. And even if there was a point of interest that is like 500 kilometers, I still gotta run that. And there's none of like the random people on the side. There's no randomness over there. There's no random encounters or anything. Apart from when you see a fucking massive stupid starship going to land, and then it lands, and then it's still like 500 kilometers the other way. There's nothing in between. This is why I said the game needs more mysticism, and fuck the whole human bullshit. That's boring. I'm sorry, like, who the fuck gives a fuck about humans everywhere in the frickin' star system? I'm sorry, but what the bruh. You have a whole space system. You have... And in Skyrim, what else do you have? Oh, you have different races. Why the fuck didn't they not capitalize on that? Bro, that's the like, space is the best time to go for that. No, the main quest. The main quest, I'm gonna be honest, as I was following it, I was like, okay, so something weird is gonna happen. Now we got the Starborn. Okay, what is a Starborn? Oh, it's fucking humans. Oh, great. Okay, lovely. Nice. Okay, we're dealing with humans that have now fucking space powers. Is this your first playthrough? Nah, this is like... Oh, fucking hell. Ooh. First play... this is probably my... I can't count, man. The first time I played this game was back in 2012. 2011 or 2012. Why is the main quest for Bethesda games always trash? I wouldn't say it's always trash. I mean, the Dragonborn one, for me, wasn't that bad. It was pretty decent, and I found it to be, like, especially when coming up against Alduin. First time I played through Skyrim, it was amazing. For me, it was... I just felt it was really good. Oblivion was a pretty good main line as well, main story for me. I wouldn't say they're always trash. Starfield and Fallout 4. Those games, definitely trash. The main story, trash, yeah.
The
I'm thinking about getting
many
into
of
this
the
game.
fortresses that dot the landscape
Okay.
of Skyrim.
Lucy, I'm just gonna do this. Give me one sec. You're thinking about getting this game. I'm just gonna say this. If you're literally for your first time playing a game like this, give me 1 second. I would say as long as you've got a really good PC, or if you're playing on the console, that's fine as well. I would actually honestly get the Skyrim Anniversary Edition You've never played it before. God damn. Is he... Skyrim. You're on PC. Okay, so what I would recommend is getting the Skyrim Anniversary Edition, because it gives you all of the content. It gives you additional stuff. I know a lot of people don't really like the Anniversary Edition, but the reason why I'm saying this as well is because there's some mod collections. There's some mod collections that will enhance that experience. But I play Elden Ring, I beat the base game, but I can't beat the... That's fair enough, that's fair enough. Yeah, on your first playthrough, don't mod the game. I would say go through the game normally. It won't obviously look like this, unfortunately, but it will, you know, as you get used to the game, and I think that's the best thing to do, is get used to Skyrim as vanilla as possible, and go through the quests and experience it the first time around. Then after, it's the same for any Bethesda game. Always experience it vanilla. That's what I did with Starfield, and then mod it afterwards, because then, you know, you can then customize your next playthrough however you want, basically. But yeah, I would say play through vanilla, and then afterwards, if you've had any experience with Nexus mods and stuff like that, then go into that. But yeah, there'll be a lot of there should be a lot of tutorials and things like that for when you want to mod. But yeah. Look at this dude just walking off like.
Enough out of you.
Time for a drink.
Yeah. But yeah, honestly, I really... Cheers for the follow. But yeah, I honestly, can't recommend this game enough.
I hate this sneaking around.
Come on.
Show yourself already.
Is someone there?
Man, I wish I could experience Skyrim for the first time ever, because it is such a unique experience. Thanks for such tips. No problem. No problem. Also, another reason why it's probably best with no mods. I don't know how strong your PC is, but yeah, he thinks they probably will think it's probably gonna play like this. But yeah, nah, I'm playing with. So what you're seeing right now, this is basically a mod collection called Nolvus, and it changes Skyrim completely, so it doesn't really play like the main game. PC is good? Okay, that's good. Because after your first playthrough, modding the game can be a bit of a nightmare. The game can still crash, but that's due to the fact that the only one problem with Skyrim is, I'm not too sure about the special edition, I can't remember, but Skyrim has this thing where it basically uses, I think it's either one thread or one core of the CPU, so it's not as stable as what it could have been. That's one thing that's something that I will give Starfield.
That's definitely something.
It actually uses a lot of the CPU. Ouch. Get me out of here. But yeah, I think you're gonna have a lot of fun.
I have no time for your games.
You would definitely have a lot of fun playing this game.
I'll kill you if I have to. Destroy you.
Who are we even trying to fight now? That just looks like wildlife. I'm not wasting my game on that. Are you into... Do you mean anime? Yeah, I'm into anime. That's something else that I was actually talking about earlier, actually. One of the animes that the particular kind of animes that I've been really, like, interested in are the ones that are like... So the concept of some of these animes that are like, is they take, say for example, a person from like the real world, and then they put them like into another world where there's like magic and shit, and I'm like, oh my god, that's amazing. In like 2 years, I'm gonna pick up the DLC for Starfield. I'm gonna do another playthrough. That's fair enough. Demon Slayer is such a... Oh. I need to see if they've got that in English on Crunchyroll. Man. But yeah, no, I completely understand about the waiting 2 years. By the way, the Warriors, you might want to wait 5 years because apparently they're gonna do a whole 5 to 10 years of content. And to be honest, the guy that I was actually speaking to was a modder for Starfield, and he's verified as well. I've been testing out his mods on Starfield. I might end up doing a Starfield test on stream. You guys are into that? Only anime I watched fully was Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Oh, dude. Dude. There are so many good fucking animes out there. In fact, on my shirt... Give me a second. I'm gonna have to move my windows real quick. Gonna move that. So on my shirt, don't know if you can see. This is Jujutsu Kaisen. That's an anime that I'm gonna be getting into soon. My brother likes it, and I'm just like, oh, I gotta see that. Oh, I heard about it, but I never watched it yet. You've never watched the Cyberpunk one? Oh my god, dude. It's amazing. And also, if you've never played Cyberpunk, do you know what? I'm probably, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get a Cyberpunk. I'm gonna try and get a Cyberpunk key. Is it good? Oh, it's fucking amazing, man. One of my favorite animes. But it's because it's like really well published. Why? Because it looks cool, man. I mean, not just that. I mean, this was also £7, and I needed to get a new shirt anyway because, like, some of my shirts, I had to get some new ones, man. I had to get some new ones. But I kind of did watch it a bit, but hey, just jumping on my case like that, man. No, I'm joking. Nah, I'm actually gonna be watching it soon. But there's some other animes I really do want to watch. Jujutsu Kaisen is on the list, bro. I've got a whole list. Yeah, Cyberpunk Edgerunners was, man. It hits you. It hits it. Like the feeling that you get from like watching. Bro, I'm not even concentrating on what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing on Skyrim right now. You know what? Yeah, we'll go over to Dawnstar. Oh, I should actually go over to Morpho as well, actually, just to get the fast travel stuff. But yeah, it's honestly is a really good anime. I bet it is. I'm glad that I haven't started watching the first season because I'm going through one of the animes I'm watching currently. I'm kind of going through my whole list because I've watched a lot of it, but I need to rewatch some of it. Oh, what's that? I think it's... Let me find it. I need to find it now, because that's going to be on my head. Crunchyroll. Nier Automata. I forgot about that one. I don't really need to watch the... I might actually watch the anime anyway. Wait. I'll put that on my watch list later. Give me a second. It's called the Misfit Demon King Academy. I'm watching that one. That one is freaking hilarious. Oh, nice. Is the Elder Scrolls your main game you mostly play? At the moment, it is. Yeah. But it depends. I stream very random games at times, so I usually have a game rotation, but at the moment I'm kind of out of it because my internet was playing up, so my thing. Yeah, Nier Automata has an anime. Didn't you know? It's on Crunchyroll right now. But yeah, so I do. Is that? I'm sorry, Misfit. Yeah, Misfit. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, this game is so. You see what I mean by the game is broke sometimes?
That's
So
what I
much
thought.
for that.
For now.
Oh no way. But yeah, Misfit. I think that. Let me just double check the name real quick. Misfit of Demon King Academy. Yeah, that one. That one is really good. I actually watched that anime and I'm like going back through it again. It's really good. And yeah, the Air Automata. I'm surprised you didn't know. Well, I'm glad I told you about it. But yeah, Nier Automata. Do you know what? That's another fucking game. Oh my days, that one might have to be. I have to think about my top 10 list again. I'm gonna do one by the end of this year. I said that I was gonna do a top 10 list like last year, but I'm gonna do it this year instead. I'd have to get some video footage of every game that I've put in my top 10. Oh my god. It's crazy. Nier Automata is such a good game as well. If you've never played that one, or if you haven't watched the anime, I recommend both. Highly recommend. It's one of those games that have changed.
I think I'm afraid of
Isn't it?
There we go.
All right, hand over your valuables, or I'll gut you like a fish. And I guess that's your last request, fool.
I'm sorry, but you left me with no choice.
Never should have come here.
Time for a drink.
Decision.
That's close enough.
that's enough out of you.
But let's get back to it.
What the
Self gets surrounded.
What's happened there, bruh?
Heard there were wolves on the road up north.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, would you like to see my Toji mascot? Hey, I'm going. So Lucy, if you join the Discord, you can post it in the pics section. That way, other people as well that are in the community can see it as be Oh crap! Oh, I thought it was gonna. There we go. But yeah. If you join the Discord, you'll be able to, if you go to rules as well, if you once you read the rules, there should be like a tick or whatever that'll give you a role, and then you should be able to see the other channels.
I wonder
But
what
yeah,
this cryptic prophecy could mean.
just stick it in the
I've definitely
pictures.
never seen it before.
What now? I don't know, honestly. More adventures, I guess? You take the pick. Come on, let's move.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. The Warriors. I don't know if you have been following my streams, but I'm just going to tell you a little bit of the lore behind this character right now. So, my character is basically a werewolf. And you see this person over here?
It's always good to spend some time with you.
That's my character's wife. Yeah?
Is there anything else?
Two werewolves. I'll have to accept it a bit, because sometimes this game loves to crash when when I tab out. But yeah, let me just... So,
what's on your mind?
You see Serrano as well. Yeah, let's just say that that's also
Come on,
Let's get going.
So much for that.
Haven't married yet.
I'm glad you're here. Yeah, it is. Thank you, again, for all you've done for me and the world. I know we haven't known each other for too long, but now you basically are family, where my father was not. What I said to my mother back in the Soul Cairn, it was all true. You, a stranger, have done more for me since we met than either of my parents in more than 1,000 years. You are my savior, my sole reason to keep living. I love you.
He said this, but I got the whole Twilight.
Wow. By the 9, I never thought I would weep after my father was gone. And don't you dare bring this up again. Oh, you little. It's on. You'd better not be surprised if your next tomato soup tastes like hag-raven toes. Hag-raven toes. Really, though, I have made peace with what's happened to my family. I've had a long time to deal with it, didn't I? I'm ready to move on. Here's a new chapter for me to start, at least. A chapter with you. Listen, I don't want to push you into something you don't really want, but I think, for the first time in... gods, how many years? I don't even know. I feel like it might work. Us. Together. I think we could... try, you know? Maybe I wouldn't make such a bad wife, after all. Well now, are you ready for our first adventure? I know you probably have other stuff you'd like to do, but don't you think it would be nice if we just had some alone time for a while? Let's go somewhere else. Someplace beautiful. Your choice. Okay, where to? The Ancestor Glade? Anyway, I'll let you take the pick.
I'm sorry. I can't, man. I can't take this seriously. So, she's just... Well, I'd have to dismiss my other followers.
Hey, don't sniff me too much, alright?
She knows that I'm a werewolf. Honestly speaking, it sucks at how little effort and mechanics Bethesda puts into vampires and werewolves. I'm gonna be honest, by the time it came out, it makes sense. Because that's a lot to think about. I think that what we have to remember as well is Skyrim was done by around 100 people.
Over here.
And
that's the best you've got,
how
is it?
limited things were back in the day.
Time for a drink.
It makes sense. So they probably had all of these things going on. I get that it's a PS3 game. It's not just that. It's not just that. It's the fact that the problem is they've spread themselves out. So what tends to happen is, especially in it should technically do way more. I mean, with the amount of people that they've got in a studio now, they've got help, and they've been updating the engine. And again, there's a lot of things that they've actually done to actually improve on the engine, despite what people have said. Because here's the thing. Zero-G gravity is bloody hard to do. And the fact that they've got AI working in space that way,
Give 'em hell.
I think people are people have underestimated, or I don't think people understand how hard that really is. Thank you very much. What are you doing? But that's what I'm saying, like, I think gameplay-wise, Starfield, there's a lot of things that Starfield has improved on since Fallout 76. Starfield is far from a Fallout 76 bad kind of stuff. It's just got a bit better, but the thing is as well, like, ML, and as I said about the... I spoke about this yesterday, and I'll still say it to this very day. If it's true that Starfield had no game design document, it's actually a better game than what it could have actually have been. So you know, if ES6 ain't...
Is it just me, or
They
can
don't-
anyone else
nah.
smell that?
I'd say no, they don't really need... Even if it doesn't... No. Because the thing is, the creation engine is good. The creation engine is actually better than what most people think. Put it this way. There are modders, and I've spoken to quite a lot of people about this. When it comes to modding, the creation engine beats Unreal Engine by far. By far, it's not even a
Wow.
comparison.
I still can't imagine
A
that we
lot
set
of people-
foot in a snow elf enclave.
A lot of
The
people
Forgotten
have said that
Vale
they
was
would rather
amazing.
mod for Starfield than they would, or should I say, mod in the creation engine than they would in Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine is a bit trickier, and it is. I'm gonna be real, like, it's not.
That's definitely something.
Unreal Engine is pretty good with mods. It's come quite far. Hey Thomas, how's it going, dude? Hope all is well.
I am sorry, but you left me with no choice.
They keep saying that. We didn't even go to... Oh, I wanted to go to Dawnstar. I need to go back. I was going the wrong way. But yeah, so... Like I've said, the creation engine is in a pretty decent spot now, and like I said, Starfield is way more stable than Skyrim or even Fallout 4 for that matter. Because how Starfield is, or let's talk about how things were handled before, shall we? Skyrim's physics, or even, yeah, Skyrim's physics system is actually, well, it's obviously going to be really good. It's fucking Havoc. If you somehow manage to fuck up Havoc, you're doing something wrong. The physics are pretty damn good in Skyrim. They have been pretty good with Bethesda because Havoc physics is one of the best and most optimized physics system in the industry right now. Hey Emma Logan, how's it going? I'm doing good. I don't know, it's been a long time. I've been really busy, to be honest. I've been trying to do too many things, so I'm trying to manage my time a bit better. Or manage my projects a bit better. But,
got him.
Yeah, as I was saying, like...
Time to tear him a new one.
When it comes to, like, the frame rates, and this is why, for example, Skyrim, if you end up doing... Yeah, I know my webcam is a bit blurry, it's just the camera, it sucks.
Not a single man or woman
But,
in Dawnstar has gotten a good night's rest in days.
If you increase your frame rate to, say, for example, 120, the game starts becoming unstable. Reason being is because everything is locked to that 30 or 60 FPS.
I'm glad we're here together, if you know what I mean.
So, I particularly blame Dragon's Dogma 2 on the engine. That engine is not meant... No, I'm gonna say it's not the engine. Too many people keep blaming the engine. It's the developers. People who are good do not blame their tools. It's the people that are within, you know, that are making that game. It's not the engine, it's the developers. They can make a really good game. They really can. That engine has made really good games. It can do open world games. But here's the thing, they're not optimizing it.
It chills you to the bones.
They're not optimizing it properly. Yes, it's all cool, all well and good having an open world game, but if you're not optimizing anything and you're just leaving the whole world just to run without having any optimization, it's going to be dog shit. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. They couldn't be bothered to optimize their game, and it came out, and it's... Why is it causing CPU stuff? Because they can't be bothered. It is time. There's too much time being spent on making the game look good and trying to make it as open as possible. But there's a reason why Starfield, and I understand the loading screens, but there's a reason why open world games have that game has problems way beyond optimization. Of course it does. But the game was bad not because of the engine, but because of the fucking story was atrocious. The gameplay was... The environments look great. Right? That's the only thing... Give me a few minutes, I'll be right back. Alright, no problem. My game is going well. Thanks for asking, Emma. I haven't really gone back to it yet because I've just been busy doing other stuff at the moment, and there's a ton of game jams. Well, there's a game jam that I really want to try and participate in, so I'm trying to get through that, but finding it a bit hard at the moment. But yeah, like I said, the story is trash. The combat is okay. There's a lot of problems with the classes. They've taken out quite a few classes from the first one. The quests were shit.
Nice outfit.
The voice acting was
At least you'll keep up.
But like I said, the game wasn't crap because of the game engine. The game was crap because...
Your ancestors wouldn't want this, Silas.
Why should I hide from it? This is my family's legacy.
It's the past. Dead oaks on dead lips. Let it stay there.
They've definitely changed this place a bit. Like, it definitely looks a bit better. The enemies variety... Yeah. But they had that same problem in the first one. They had that same exact problem in the first one. The enemy variety was boring. Like I said, there's just a lot of game design issues that they've obviously had, and they decided to keep going through with the game. I don't know. There's a lot of decisions there that leave me very cautious about Capcom. And don't get me started on the microtransactions, because that was even fucking stupid. I know, technically speaking, you can skip the microtransactions, but that, I'm sorry, that's still getting a mark. That's still getting a. That's still getting a downvote from me. Especially with the fucking microtransactions, they didn't need to do that. Oh, but you can skip it. Yes, you can skip it, but guess what? It's still freaking stupid. A single player doesn't need microtransactions. If the game is good on its own, then it doesn't need microtransactions. That's it. I'm glad I didn't pay full price, because that game was not great. It was not worth £60. It was not worth £70. It's not even worth £60. I paid about £40 for that game. And I still think that was a bit too generous. I think £20 it would have been worth. Not worth a whole goddamn... Nah, man. It depends. I wouldn't... I mean, it's like saying... I wouldn't say most, because it's not really. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't come with microtransactions. Cyberpunk doesn't come with microtransactions. People might say, oh, well, if you look at Starfield, that's microtransactions. Depends. I don't even... to a degree... I don't know.
What was that?
All right, let's go.
Alright, I'm gonna actually dismantle the fucking
You think I'm afraid of you?
Brotherhood. That's a fox.
Do you honestly think you stand a chance?
That's a fox. We don't need to be fighting the fox.
Now you'll pay. I will destroy you.
But yeah, I don't see it like that. Like I said, I'm still against things like a pre-order bonus is a pre-order bonus. I think it's a bit different. And any earlier unlocks is technically paying to unlock stuff. Therefore, I don't know about that one. A bit different, because technically speaking, when you're pre-ordering a game, the way you gotta see it is like this. If you were to buy the game normally, right? You're not really gonna get any... I mean, to be honest, yeah, you might end up getting whatever it is eventually. But the pre-order bonus technically is there for... Well, it's technically an incentive for people to buy the game. It's a fucking psychology thing. But at the same time, it's also saying... It's also there as a technical thank you for basically pre-ordering this version of the game or whatever the fuck. So... And besides, technically microtransactions are technically, they're supposed to be micro. So for example, anything DLC wise, that's not a microtransaction. Because, for example, Dawn Guard, let's even talk about maybe Dragonborn DLC, and maybe even the Heartfire DLC. Those aren't really microtransactions because it's not micro. They give more content to the game. Whereas Microtransactions are technically there things in the game that you can get. And again, I'm still against that. It's stupid to really do that anyway because it's not really needed.
Over here.
Oh, it's a wolf. I really don't give a fuck about them. Right, actually, I need to go to Windhelm. Yeah, but like I said, I wouldn't say every game does that. Like, there are quite a lot of games that don't do that. Like, let me see if I can find it. There's a few games I've actually got on my wish list, actually. But yeah, I mean, that's mostly like one of these like big companies. They'll usually do something like that. They'll say, "Oh yeah, if you buy this, you'll get this." But I'd say that's only like the main release. Remnant 2 did. I don't remember that one. Let me have a look. So I've actually got that game. Well, but then again, those are DLCs. There's a late game possible unlock. So glad it's... I got the guns thing. I didn't really pre-order it. Oh wait, wait a minute. They came out with 2 DLCs? Okay, interesting. Late game? Oh, I don't know. I haven't even got that far in that game. But yeah, like I said, it depends on the game. 500,000 players? What the fuck? I actually need to have a look at this right now. Give me a second. Yakuza 8, yeah, but they did in one of the Yakuza games they did something really fucking stupid, and I didn't like that. Like the fucking one of the additions in one of the Yakuza games, they had some thing. If you didn't pre-order this version of the thingy, then you don't get New Game Plus, and I'm like, yeah, that's a bit dumb. So I mean, again, I'm not discriminating against one thing. Any game that has that is kind of stupid. It's not necessarily needed. But, and also, the way you can also see this is, well, technically it's pay to lose because you're basically paying for something. You're basically paying for less content. That's another way you can see it as well. Why is it pay to lose? Because you're basically paying for something to get unlocked early when you should have just... You're basically paying for less of a game, technically. Yeah, but even Resident Evil 4 was kind of stupid. And I think that Sony unlocked it. Resident Evil 4 had it, Devil May Cry 5 had it as well, but like I said, it's still egregious and very stupid. It didn't need it.
Sweet mother, sweet mother.
Yeah, it might have done the exact same thing before, but it was completely stupid.
Baptized in blood and fear.
It's technically, what I'm trying to say is, the items that they had, and I'm gonna be honest because I did pre-order the deluxe version because I wanted to see it for myself. It was very fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry. The microtransactions were very fucking stupid. Completely pointless. Oh, you can only buy these 2 times. Why? And then someone literally basically added a mod on Nexus where you can get those fucking items for free. That's what I'm saying. It's pointless. Because they're selling it, and then there's mods that you can get that give it to you for free. It's a single player game. It's like, you're not gonna make fucking money off that. It's basically like trying to say to people, no, my whole point is no one complained about Resident Evil 4 having it, but yeah, I don't know. To be honest, like, people have been complaining about it, but the thing is, not many people are vocal about it because it's just happened over and over again to the point that companies ain't listening. But all I will say is this. For me, if you add a microtransaction into a fucking single player game, and you're basically saying, oh, these items can still be unlocked in the game, I'm sorry, but you add that in the game, I'm just going to go and find a mod, or I'll do it myself, and I'll cheat it into the game. I'm sorry. It's a single player game, it doesn't need it. Now, in games that require online, for example, things like Once Human, things like, I don't know, Destiny makes sense. Some other ones as well. I'm shocked Capcom didn't remove it from Dragon's Dogma 2. So, if I remember correctly, they did have it in Dragon's Dogma 1 when it first came out, but they removed it when they brought in, I think it's the Dark Arisen. And I'm gonna be honest, that was probably the best decision they would have made.
Sweet mother, sweet...
It worked! I knew you'd come! I just knew it!
I did the Black Sacrament over and over with the body and the things.
And then you came!
An assassin from the Dark Brotherhood!
Of course you are! I prayed, and you came, and now you'll accept my contract!
Contract?
My mother, she died. I'm all alone now. So they sent me to that terrible orphanage in Riften, Honor Hall. The headmistress is an evil, cruel woman. They call her Grella the Kind, but she's not kind. She's terrible to all of us. So I ran away and came home and performed the Black Sacrament. Now you're here, and you could kill Grella the Kind.
About that. He's already dead.
You did? Really? This is the best news I've ever gotten. I mean, I knew the Dark Brotherhood was good, just not that good. You killed the old hag before I even asked. Oh, and please, take this as payment. It's an old family heirloom, supposed to be pretty valuable. It should fetch you a nice price. Thank you again.
Yeah, little kid. I killed her by... I didn't kill her by accident. I killed her anyway. But yeah, nah, when it comes to like the whole Dragon's Dogma 2, like I said, the microtransactions were just stupid. It just didn't make much sense why they had it in there to begin with. I personally have pre-order bonuses in all games. It excludes content for everyone else. Oh, you hate... The only way I can understand it is it's kind of like... Technically, they're pre-ordering a game, and technically they're paying for a game before it comes out, which, you know... You can do something like that. Maybe if it's like cosmetics or whatever. That, I mean, even then, I don't know. I'd have to like... I don't know. I understand it's like... It's kind of like a thank you for, you know, pre-ordering a game and having faith that the game is going to be good. That's the only way I can see it being... That's the only way I can understand it. But yeah, even so... I would rather them just do something, I don't know, like for example, maybe if they, for example, if a game gets brought out and they ask for an extra £10 on top of that, they should maybe like give them a freaking, I don't know, one of those limited edition items or whatever the fuck, to say thank you for pre-ordering the game, and it doesn't have to be anything fucking major. Oh yeah, this time we are gonna need... I'm gonna head to Whiterun. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, guys... I've played this for like 4 hours now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a wee bit of a break. And I'm gonna quickly save it here. Right, so what I'm gonna do is I'll probably be back. At some point.
What now?
I said no assassins.
I agree.
But
Let's
here
get
we
some sleep.
are.
You should just get a background theme like how it used to be. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Or maybe like concept art. Yeah, because that's something that I got from Starfield. I think Starfield's wasn't too bad. I mean, yeah, okay, the premium edition, you get the freaking DLC. But I mean, technically speaking, I paid an extra. I was just like, you know what, I don't care. But to be fair, when I pre-ordered Starfield, I've never done it before, and I thought, you know what, I'm interested. And I still think that game is still going to be good anyway. But I decided to pick up the limited edition stuff, which includes the watch, the case, and give me a second, I've got it here. But I'm gonna be honest, it was interesting because I was just like, well, I don't usually wear watches. I don't mind, you know, I was just like, I just want to check it out. I've never got anything like this before, so I was just like, well, since this is the first time, and probably the only time, I got this thing as well. And, by the way, this is pretty heavy. And, you know, I mean, the case is pretty nice. I actually done a video on it. And the funny thing is, this is actually funny. I ain't opened this in ages. Do you remember back in the day when you used to get a game in the case? And it would come in looking something like this, right? It would come in looking like this. And then you open the case. You would open the case. Let me quickly... You would open the case. The disc would be on this side. And then, wonder how much that watch cost to make? Probably quite a bit, because it's kind of custom, innit? And they would have had to have, like, done it in bulk. So technically it would have probably cost them less. But obvious reasons, it would probably cost less than it would have been for me to buy it. But then, if you think about it, it makes sense. But the watch does things that I've not seen a watch fucking do. Like, for example, the fucking moon cycle. The moon cycle stuff. There's so many other features. I went through it all on a video that I did a long time ago. I actually need to charge it, actually. But yeah, to me, like, the watch was pretty, like, it's freaking decent. Besides, if we're including the game, which technically would be about, say, 60... You got an Apple Watch. Yeah, I don't usually wear watches, like I said. But to me, this was more of a thing where I was just like, well, I would still treasure this. and I still appreciate it because, like I said, like I do like the the quality is really good, unlike the quality that people got from Fallout 76. Now that was fucking bad. I was worried about it, to be fair. I was just like, what if it's just some crappy shit? It's actually decent. Like, Fallout 76, that one was really bad because people got the bag and it was almost like a fucking bin bag, dude. I was just like, I'm fucking lucky it went that. But yeah, no, I understand, you know. I've actually got to charge my... But, yeah, anyway, I'm gonna leave it there for now. But, if I come back, I'll probably be playing some Once Human. So I'll probably stream that for a bit, later. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break. And, do some food and whatnot. And then I'll probably come back for a bit, play some Once Human on stream. Because I fucking love that game. And, yeah. But, in other words, guys. Hope you enjoyed this stream. If you did, be sure to hit the like. Consider subscribing if you're new. And feel free. Join Discord. Discord link is down in the description below. And also, if you're on Twitch, feel free to follow me there as well. And, yeah, hopefully I'll be back a bit later with some Once Human. And, yeah, we'll see how things go. But anyway, see you guys later. Take it easy. And peace out. Cheers for tuning into the stream, guys.